All right. We're back, sort of. Back here, something. That's not the right thing. Oh, look at that. I completely forgot to put out the notifications. Shocking. I am so good at this.
Lance said, "Geez, purple. Taking your time, eh? Where are you?
Yeah, I know.
Tongue sticking out."
Lance, you do not get to bug me about that. For anyone who missed the memo, the reason I'm late is because of Lance. Sort of. Okay. He's not the reason that I started late, but he is the reason that I got to the mic late. In terms of the music and whatnot. Starting late, I might blame on... Actually, I can't even blame it on CNN Fizz. I was just late getting my rig set up and everything like that. And then got to chatting for an extra half hour because, you know, why not? All right. How's everyone
Sienna
tonight?
said, "My bad, LOL."
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Sienna, it's not really your bad. I know. Yeah, Sienna and Fizz are like Breaking Bad right now, and if I was smart, I'd probably jumped on that whole thing. But and then Lance was just talking my ear off with stuff. So, yeah, not Star Citizen again tonight. We're doing more Satisfactory. Because I still want to get my Blue Crater factory more or less running. I've spent some time this week sort of going over the spreadsheets that I have for the whole thing, and they're definitely getting there. And especially the spreadsheet that I have for the summaries, where I'm trying to make sure that do I actually have everything that I'm going to need being produced from the factories that I have planned out, and can I do it with the resources at hand? So my world is
it me or you
almost
do
running out of
spreadsheet
coal.
for every game you play? XD.
Sienna, it's not you, but no, not every game. Just most of them. And it depends on what it is that I'm trying to do. So things like Satisfactory Tools, that's out on its own, but then that feeds into, not directly, but I take the data and I feed it into my own spreadsheets. So the reason I do spreadsheets for games is to understand what is going on with the game. If I do the calculations myself, it aids in my understanding of the system. I don't do them in all games, though. But
For some that has the patience of a lightning strike. You have the patience of a god at the same time, LOL.
excuse me, Sienna, what are you saying about my patience? I
Lance
think
said,
if you got the
"It's
lightning
not you.
strike,
Every game, ever, including the ones he has yet to play, tongue sticking out."
I can't even argue
Sienna
with that.
said,
Lance.
I am saying you are extremely patient for doing Excel sheet.
Yeah, it's the patient of lightning strike part, though. That sounds like something a little more quick to anger. Just because you don't notice the build up to that lightning strike, Sienna, doesn't mean that I don't still have the patience of God. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm pretty sure Fizz will back me up on that.
Oh no. I am sorry, that is not what I meant.
My ad.
You're ad. You're bad. That's why I was curious what, like I said, I was curious what you meant by that, because, yeah, anyway.
By lightning strike, I meant like the strengthy of a lightning.
That made actually less sense.
Like a lightning is extremely powerful, lol.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Anyway, this whole thing is,
I translate that from wrench.
French.
Sienna, you might just, dude, apparently you can't tuck and fight
LOL.
tonight. I would recommend sticking with the Breaking Bad and cooking meth rather than trying to speak English, because
Lance said, type, tongue sticking out.
Sienna said, no, I feel dumb now, lol.
go home, Sienna, you're drunk. Oh, it's a blah blah blah. Yoink.
Sienna said, well, I apologize for the misunderstanding. That is my bad.
No worries, Sienna. As, yeah. Okay. What are we looking at here? Yeah, we're still doing the blue crater system. So we have our gas filters, or at least the parts for the gas filter, the fabric. We have the fabric done. We have the facilities for the turbo fuel. We need to hook them up.
Lance said, no worries, Sienna.
Plastic rubber
We'll
started.
pester you incessantly about it later, laughing face.
Smokeless black powder are almost ready. So, yeah, I mean, we can totally pester him later about it. Yeah, we might get it back into Star System hopefully tomorrow night. We'll see. And do a bit of group activities here in SC for Saturday and Sunday, maybe. The outlook with the 4.2.1 patch that just got all-wave PTU today is looking pretty good. They changed out the randomness on the Wicklow site, which is a really, really good start. I have some thoughts about how they could reinstantiate some of the RNG gotcha mechanics, but they definitely have to implement it differently than they did. Putting it onto really expensive items like ships was a poor way to go, and especially expensive things like ships that players can't trade was a bit of a boo-boo. But there's some definitely some ways that they could fix that whole thing. But certainly their responsiveness to the community at this point is definitely to be commended. The what was the other thing? They're getting rid of the ground turbulence nonsense, which at least for now, which is good. I figure if it's supposed to be a small flavor thing, it's like put it on the camera shaker.
Sienna said, so to put words into my mouth correctly. What I meant was, the sentence means you have an extraordinary kind of patience, both powerful and intense like lightning, yet calm and limitless like a god.
So you are
Okay.
incredibly patient, strong, controlled, and unshakably calm, all at once.
Well, thank you for the kindness, Sienna, although you can scale that back or leave it to private channels. You're going to
Fast
make my
is
head,
what it means in French, lol.
Oh, is that what it was?
English is hard,
Okay.
lol.
I see. This is like the bats in the belfry thing, that the analogy that doesn't translate, where the translation doesn't mean anything. Gotcha. That's a. I appreciate you taking the time to explain it then, because, yeah. Yeah, that would take a longer
Yeah,
discussion
exactly. It's a French expression.
to figure out what a similar meaning English equivalent would be.
Yeah, no. I am a douche, but not that bad.
Oh, it's nothing about douche. It just it didn't make sense. Since in English, if you compare something like lightning, it's usually something that's quick to strike or whatever. So Sienna wouldn't in say my line of work or former line of work. I had a boss that would talk about what is it? If somebody was misbehaving or not doing their job correctly and you needed to make example of them, you basically bring down the wrath of God on them, i.e. a lightning strike or whatever. What would be the phrase? But one of the closest analogies would be, a lightning strike, as in I'm going to hit them with a lightning bolt, such that they're a smoking crater, so everybody around them knows never to misbehave in that way, right? So that's kind of where I was starting to draw parallels when you start talking about lightning strikes.
That is way different. What I meant, LOL. That is why I preferred explaining everything and avoid any stupid misunderstanding.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, anyway, I think when 421 releases into Star Citizen Live, I'll definitely be looking forward to this upcoming event next month. We'll put it that way. Because assuming the stability and other stuff of it isn't too borched,
I care about you guys too much, LOL. Not time for drama and stupidity,
we were
LOL.
a long way away from drama, don't worry. Anyway. Let's get the game in, and I'll try to figure out what I was doing and where I was at. So,
Fizz said, "You want some freaking drama?"
Fizz, that's not a challenge. Relax, calm down. Everything's good.
I will give you drama. You're gonna have to make a lot of new rules, BOI.
Here we go.
Sienna said, and yeah, I played SC yesterday and I went super crazy with the turbulences. Especially with the joystick. Keyboard and mouse are okay.
Fizz
Yes.
said, "Huh."
The turbulence is definitely one of those things they need to.
Sienna said,
I'm
at
glad they're
Physics
rolling it
21
back
Fizz,
to work on
my
it.
native language almost got me in trouble.
Your native language always gets you in trouble. There's no almost about it. Okay. So I
True.
think.
Point taken.
All right. So we're good with this height. So we're going to have to make sure our logistical flourish doesn't get any lower than that. All right. All right. Now, one of the things I think we're going to have to figure out here is where do we want the trucks coming in. So we obviously have the sulfur coming from over there. Well, the current route does bring them down over on that side. And of course the coal over there we rolled it down here, and I mean, we could run a bridge right across, or we could just have it fall along the edge of the beach there. I'm not loving... I wouldn't want to run it on here. I'd have to put in a proper road. Get around that. Oh, I haven't bothered putting a shell on these things either. Interesting. So I guess the alternative is I could run up this side. Kind of hard to run two-way traffic through that gap, though. This is where I might have to actually get a road blueprint and start making something recognizable. Can we blow these up? We can! Yay! I'll finally get rid of these stupid things. Alright. I really did not like that sitting there, and this one is also inconvenient, so... Oh darn, we got the other one. Actually, while we're at it, maybe I should check to see if the chainsaw would do it. Oh, nope. Okay, so I can't blow up the mushroom pad, but... Oh, that's so much nicer. It's been sitting in my way since we got here.
I'ma be honest with you, Purple. The look you gave me earlier froze me and frightened me, lol.
What? Why would you ever be frightened of me? Speak as if I was intimidating or something.
You were super intimidating XD from now on. No French expression saying lolo.
Oh, you just have to explain that it's a French expression and it might not mean what I think it means.
Lesson learned, lol.
Well, lesson taught maybe. We'll see whether or not it was lesson learned. All right. All right, let's... Why don't we use this?
I got hit in the back of the head by wifey. Lesson learned, lol.
She was like, "You can't say that."
Well, it's good to know that Naria has my back. It also actually...
I was like, "What?" Full of confusion.
It also sort of reinforces that it wasn't just my imagination. That might be a weird expression. So, obviously, Nerio picked up on it, which good for her. All right. Oh. I know. How about we make basically a small traffic circle or intersection on this area here. And we'll have a 2-lane bridge or whatever going into the factory. A roadway up that way for the sulfur. And we'll run a roadway? Yes, roadway around. Not sure about making a bridge the whole way, but...
She just added, you are supposed to keep your friends, not lose them, you moron, lol, and say, sorry for my stupid husband, lol.
I am in trouble.
Don't worry, Sienna, you're fine. I mean, Nario will correct you as needed, obviously, but... Don't worry, Sienna, I don't think you're in that much trouble overall. So. Most. Okay, so, all right, so I can't get my turbo fuel running. It's all hooked up, I think. It's hooked up to the fuel. All my fuel sources are hooked up, yes. Turbo fuel outputs are also... Yeah, it's hooked up to the manifold, but the manifold hasn't set up distribution yet, which is fine. We can do that after. So what do we need to do? The plastic and... Plastic and rubber could go any time, but they're going to build up residue.
Nario says hi and say, I will hold him on a leash from now on.
And we'll have to get the rest of the refineries hooked up. Black powder, that needs... Okay. So I think my next step that I really need is the compacted coal. And that'll actually work out pretty well, because if I can get the compacted coal in place, then I can move my inputs from the other side, and we can temporarily feed some coal over to the temporary power plant. Actually, we could probably just dismantle all that, couldn't we? How's my power? Oh, yeah. Max consumption's really low at the moment. – 2.5 megawatts. We're not using remotely that much. All right. Okay, so I'm thinking well, one, we're gonna have to probably move this thing.
Crestfallen said, Heidi ho neighbor.
Hey, Crestfallen, how are you doing? Maybe we'll,
I've been all right.
How's the factory work?
Oh, glad to hear you're doing all right there, Crestfallen. The factory work is, I think, going all right. We're just gonna have to quickly... Oh, crap. Be that one. There, we get our... All right, good. Yeah, we're just I'm just cleaning up some stuff from last time. We're running a temporary belts through here. I need to refactor these belts, but I'll do it once the rest of the factory is actually running properly. Were you around at the end of the last stream there, Crestfall? I'm not sure if I've explained what we're doing here. I'm working on a factory that's located at the Blue Crater, and it's
It's a few days.
It's been a few days? Yeah. It's built to produce the small amounts of or beginning amounts of rubber and plastic. But it also is producing the smokeless and black powder that I'll need for the munitions factory. And it's producing turbo fuel that will be used to power some of the trucks for the next little while, as well as it also is going to act as a 10 gigawatt power plant. So, and that's mostly from using up most of the resources around the Blue Crater. Now, if I get around to the top level, it will also produce significant amounts of copper and iron and some steel ingots, I think. As well as it will act as this region's sort of train station for taking in all the local resources by truck and then shipping them out by train. So there's going to be probably a decent sized train station here, mostly outputs for either raw materials or small amounts of finished goods, sort of as needed. So, as of last time, the one part that we managed to get started was getting the fuel refinery portion, where all this does is is crude to fuel, and I think it makes some of the residual resin as a byproduct. So we're sinking most of it because I don't have the fabric part built yet. But that fuel we have running through a manifold so that we can direct some of it. This second story or third floor is going to be for the copper and iron processing. But we managed to get a 2.5 gigawatt portion of the power plant. So this is 1/4 of the generators that we need. And right now it's running on the fuel from that refinery. So that I at least have the power overhead that I can get rid of my... it will not only power the rest of this factory once it was all complete, or could by itself, but that way I can start dismantling the temporary coal and gas plant that I have over here. That was just an interim measure. This is all like my very first plastic and rubber and smokeless and whatever, just to kind of get stuff started. But it's all going to be supplanted by this larger piece. So what we're trying to do now is I gotta figure out how to get all the copper and sulfur into play. This biofuel thing is gonna need to get moved somewhere else as well, but right now I'm just kind of trying to figure out where I want to put. Where I want to put the truck stations and how I want to get the trucks in and out. So I don't necessarily want to run... It doesn't really make sense to run multiple bridges across here, so instead of going straight across the copper over there, I'm thinking sort of a larger intersection or roundabout on the mushroom pad there, because with 1.1 we were finally able to destroy the big corals that were sitting there. So the entry point to the factory will probably be from over there, or maybe still at the bridge here, but this will be the big sort of traffic intersection for it, because we'll have the sulfur coming down from that direction and then the coal coming from that direction. They all basically need to come in this side. We'll turn this into a large roundabout as well, so the trucks will come in and run sort of counterclockwise here. Yeah, run counterclockwise. I guess I don't need this for now. All right. So yeah, we'll bring the trucks around. Now, I'm not sure. Did I make these? I hope I made these. I don't remember if I made these. I think I might have made these. Or these might have come from somebody else. I don't remember. I don't remember if they were straight in or something. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but obviously we need more than a gentle slope. Let's try. I guess we could inset the door to avoid some of this embarrassment, so... Okay, I guess, so, here's another thing. This is a two-way ramp. Whereas what we could do... Okay, let's get rid of these. This is vaguely the middle. Okay. Let's... let's see here. Let's at least mark this. All right. Okay, 1 meter section. So, apparently I have not started making curves on my roads. That's gonna be a problem. All right. Direction 1 meter. All right, that will be a start. All right, I have to run an intermission. I'll be right back in a couple minutes, and we will see where we go from there. Okie dokie. We're back. Alright. Let's see how... I think I will set this up. Bring trucks to the, more or less to the inside. One or two? So let's do two. That looks like it'll fit better. All right. Hash faults. 2 in. All right. What I have to figure out is, do I want to make this octagon on the inside or just a big square? Square would certainly be simpler. I might have to figure out how to run that. Anyway, okay, so let's see. If we take a look at this, we got about a foundation and a half. Foundation and a half per lane. Transport truck station. Let's see, where's our... buffers, truck station loader. Unloading. We need to go back to the blueprints and take the shell off, because then at least the machinery will still be in place. I guess the question for these is going to be, we're coming along. How much room do we need? Not a whole lot, eh? It's about one foundation between truck stations for inflows and outflows. Now, how much, let's see, how much sulfur do we need to bring in? Okay. Sulfur. 420. What would 2.5 times that be? Uh, 420 and 210, 1,000 and 210, 1,050. Hey, look at that. Let's see. How many slots does the truck have? Uh, 6x8. 6x8 by 100? 4,800. Uh, 11.5 minutes. Okay, so this one is going to be coal. And what numbers do we need from it? 447.6. 11:19. Okay, 11:19 and 1.7. Okay, so if I read that right, one truckload every 10 to 11 minutes should be able to keep these things satisfied. Yes, then the question is going to be, how much can we actually squeeze out of the truck stations over on the other end? All right, 95 water, which we have at the moment. The oil's not coming in by truck. Small amount of ore and limestone. What is that for? All right, iron plates for the gas filter. Now, if we go to the full-blown version of the Blue Crater, then we start bringing in a lot more. So, 240 limestone, almost 720 of iron ore, 180 of copper ore. And 480 coal, that's for some of the rudimentary steel production, which, do we really need at all here? For some steel ingots, but I think there's nothing. Some steel ingots, which, yeah, we don't need to. We don't need to do that at all. That can go to the iron foundry. All right, so 2.5 times. $1792.5. as for the iron ore. Copper 450. Limestone. 240, 48, and 12, 600. Okay, so that's what? 2. Six and let's see, there's SAM and nitrogen. Okay, the nitrogen we cannot bring in by truck. Probably. SAM we probably could. So yeah, that might be the one last thing that we need to pull on this area. There's another SAM node up there, so ooh, there's Deuterium, but there's water. Ooh, Deuterium plus copper, water source. No quartz, though. But there's a pure quartz here, and we could rerun the truck. Maybe we should put our electronics factory over there. Let's see. Either way, how many do we have here? Pure? Let's see. What is it? A pure is 120 times 2 for the Mark III miners times 2.4 or 480. I think there's at least 3 versions of those. 2.5, 3600. Is that right? 3600 ore? Pure, pure. No, normal, pure. Yeah, 3 times. Yeah, so 3600 possible max ore coming in here. All right, 3600 max. That would be a truck needing to come by every see, 800. Uh, 6.6 minutes or 1.3 minutes. The rest of these I'm not as worried about. If we want to max out the sulfur or the coal, we would definitely would be something similar. Could we even manage that with our current belts? $480. Next ones are going to be about 1,000. So either way, we'll need two and two. 1 for copper, 1 for limestone. I don't think with the truck stations, even if we ran the trucks that quickly, I'm not sure the truck stops could unload themselves that quickly, at least not until we get much faster belts. We can maybe put 1 or 2 over here if needs be. For now, I'm thinking we're going to need at least 2 truck stops, if not 3, for the iron. Coal shouldn't be quite as bad. We can get away with 2 for the sulfur. One each for the copper and the limestone. It'll be something similar for the SAM. Probably have. I think it's an impure node here. Um, 3120. Is that about 300 max, I think? All right, let's put iron. We put iron over across the back there. Copper, limestone, and SAM can either go, well, they can basically probably go in the 3/4. If we need any expansion, we can put it over here by the entrance. So that leaves coal and sulfur. So let's put... We'll put coal on this side. All right. Yeah, at least infill some of this stuff so that we can plan our truck routes. We should be able to drive by that. That's fine. So we're not going to be able to. Not going to be using that part. Well, at least gets us moving in the right direction. figure out how to reorient my roads later. Should be able to ignore that. Okay, so one, skip one. Okay, let's go back to our blueprints and bring that up. Oh, I don't think this blueprint is in this designer. I think it's in the twofer. All right. Load, transport, unloader. All this work to put in the decor and bunk. Should have made this as like a shell that now, maybe we'll keep this little bit of superstructure above. But the lights might not be too bad. Might have to reset the power here in a minute, but... Oh, this was filtering for fuels too, wasn't it? Nice. All right, I think that works actually pretty well. Truck station, unloader. Open. Good. That will save us a lot of angst. Okay, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Guess there might have to be one truck stop headed outwards. Oh. Yeah, don't think that is quite hooking up the way it should be. Okay, that beam connector doesn't need to be there. Neither does this one. Means I need to go fix. Set directory. Don't know why it doesn't like setting the directory. Oh, now it works. Okay. Save. Yes. Of course this time it works. All right. Yeah. Screw it. It'll have to do. Okay, so we have to change these to coal. Oh man, are we halfway through intermission already? No, we're not. We're close. Alright, so this is coal. And what was that, 417 per minute? You know what? I should just... No, don't be upside down. Okay. This doesn't seem like it really needs to be going the same way, so I might get rid of it. Oh dear. Oh my, what were you doing? Oh, that's okay, that's hooking to the resin bits. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need this or this or this. Mostly mostly we just need to get everything out and into the containers as quickly as possible. We are going to have to go container to container, though, for the turbo fuel, so that part's going to be fun. All right. We'll get the other side set up in a couple minutes. I have to run the intermission, and we'll be back in a few. All right. Let's see. How much trouble is my tractor having? It's obviously getting by somehow, but... apparently the thingy over there does not like the tractor coming by. The hatch or whatever. Okay. Okay, where's my arrow? Why are you having so much trouble locating? Why is the blueprint that big? What in the world is going on with that thing? Okay, what are you doing way over there? I'm pretty sure I didn't tell you to build over here. Oh, great. Now this one disappeared. All right. And try reloading the game here, because that with the F-ray just doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's see if that clears up our blueprint problem. Ah, it looks a little better. Although that is the wrong... Alright, let's... Let's try resaving this again, because I think something's amiss. Get rid of that piece too. Set to this one. Yeah, that looks a little better. Not like taking up half the freaking crater with this blueprint. And of course, it's getting in the way of something else. Now, again, this is parts that I don't think we need. At least we don't need them there. Okay, so let's see, how are we going to wire these up? We'll just put them all in the same circuit. Let's see here. Let's crater onto the grid. This is the mains. All right. New crater. truck stations. Let's see. Fuel refinery. We need it around there because that's how these things get. Production into play. Maybe what I should have done is put a sulfur and a coal on each side. It would save me from having to merge and distribute stuff across the entire factory. But then again, what fun would that be? All right, let's let me put the coal first. powder. Okay, so for the 2 inputs, the black powder outputs have already been taken care of. So let's put the coal this side. Alright, that's black powder, and we're going to give this a green color. What a concept. Labeling all the inputs and outputs so you can keep track of them, right? Okay, so that should facilitate things a little bit. I don't necessarily have a load balancer or anything like that. And right now we only need 1 truck station, not 2. So I guess we'll get this hooked up, but we won't necessarily... Hello? Hey, why are you not working? Not sure why, but my keyboard doesn't want to work for some reason. Oh my god, we can nudge? No. Can't nudge. Oh, there's the problem. It's like, why? Why was I doing it that way? That's why I was doing it that way. I mean, the building can be nudged. We're totally just nudging. Now, I don't know if this is actually going to be necessary at this point. Or at any point. Whatever. It's definitely above the needs of what we need. Or what will be necessary for the initial parts. So, now, in terms of getting sulfur down to the other side,
Nubius said, "What's up?"
Hey, Nubius, how's it going, buddy? Alright, so that's gonna have to go underneath there. Compacted coal.
Not bad. Machine is down upstream of me. No one to do nights on weekends, I guess.
So I was on site for 15 minutes, haha.
Machine is down upstream, no one to do nights and weekends. Oh, well. Alright, so they weren't available or around, so basically your machine has nothing to do. So time to go home. Is that basically how that all worked out? And can't expect that would end up with too much complaints, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Might get a text in an hour or so saying they're going to a tart.
Alright, I can go this way. And that should work. Okay, so compacted coal is going to end up over here. We actually want to have it exit this direction. And then this one we'll have it hooked there. Get a splitter. In that direction. So I guess similarly, we have all the coal.
That was weird. PIP didn't want to in picture.
Now, let's... I think we might actually send this one around with the same conveyors. Suppose I can go to level 3, but... better if I don't.
Been playing too much Fallout Shelter on my phone machine is running too well.
Okay, and actually I can probably go lower. I only need to worry about staying above level 3 in most of the areas where the trucks go, so I guess I could go lower if I decide to go around elsewhere. Anyway. Let's put a splitter. sulfur coming out, so... All right, if we're gonna do a giant gas carousel, then that part might as well go around the outside. Instead of getting through the middle. All right, man. So distractions, like, do I work on piping? I can't get anything in here till I do the trucks. You doing my way? All right, ad starts in 1 minute. We are just about ready for. Oh, come on. Why are you trying to annoy me? All right, and we need to sort out the splitter for this. It's gonna come from over here somewhere. Okay, intermission. It's already started. I know. Sorry. All right. There we go. Okay, so all the sulfur comes up. At some point I gotta fix that nonsense. All right. Okay. That belt work should be fine to get the sulfur up to the top level and not interfere with the turbo fuel. Hang around up the top. That piece we're gonna need to worry about, but we'll do it later. Okay, so now, I unfortunately did, as I was saying, I didn't bother, or haven't yet gotten the curves for these roads set up. So I am going to have to do that at some point. I guess here's a question. Should I just... work on getting something running for the trucks now. Even if it's before I get the it's only the one only the one miner here? 120 minute? Yikes. Okay. Well, 3 nodes. Okay. I guess if I have 2 truck stations receiving coal, I probably am going to need 2 truck stations collecting. Although I'll fit 4, but not with. That's the 4th node. What in the world is that? Oh, that's a rack. Okay. Never mind. All right. 1, 2, 3. Four locations. I'm going to have to belt them all into the same spots or consolidate them somehow. We need more miners. Okay. Okay. We're probably gonna end up put a big wrap around here. So I should be careful about that part. Might want to run our main road up that way. You'll put a big interchange around here. Have a road going up that way. Ramp and roadways running off that way. Now, if we were going to use this as sort of a roundabout platform or build it up a little, guess that could work. We'll ramp up and over this piece because I think we're going to need wider than this area. Maybe that won't actually need a truck station. I mean, the distance is not that far. We can make it work though. Blueprints, roadway, ramps. Meters. All right. Is that a full foundation? I think it is. 2-meter across down. Let's try 2-meter across up. I think I must have built these based off of somebody else's, but there's no way the naming convention would be this stupid if anybody reasonable had actually done this. Actually, that's really not bad. So, needs to go down. Yep, I think that'll more or less work. Just gotta. Let's take away these last outside ones. Don't think they're really needed. Alright, so trucks get the ramp. We have a turnaround here. Actually, maybe both truck sets will run up sort of this area here. I think that more or less has us ready. Let's get rid of those. Blueprints 2x down. Alright, a little cleanup that I'll have to do on the Okay, so we come up here. Might not actually have to get rid of that, actually. Nice. Some of these other things aren't going to be so lucky.
Sienna said, grieving is really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. You hopefully don't get a lot of practice in it. Most of the time, anyway.
I know it's just a cat, sorry. Just struggling a lot.
$4 meters, tool. Oh! 2-way, 3 wide, shoulders and barriers. I thought that was intersections for a minute. Apparently I haven't done intersections either. There it is, X4. Alright, it's going to be a little bit of foliage that I need to clear up on those. So, I guess similarly to the question over here is, like, do I want to make the roads more or less just a straight shot? Or maybe leave the natural ramps there, and because we can build the roads wherever and use them to traverse areas that otherwise wouldn't be very accessible. So if we run the ramp up that way instead, then we don't occupy the ramp. Although we could just run the road up that way and turn it into a road that would be more usable by... Yeah, maybe we'll do that.
There is a No Man's Sky vibe on the planet, or is it just me?
Oh, it's not just you. There's definitely elements of No Man's Sky here. It's just... Yeah, definitely definitely does get parts of that sometimes. I guess here's the other thing. If we actually raised the roads in general, one, we can run stuff under it for infrastructure purposes, and two, we can still walk under it. That might actually be beneficial as well. Especially since then we're also going to run train lines at other levels. So, yeah. All right, that's going to be... We want to run the trucks through here. No. Let's run them around that way. Not sure I'm going to run that one through. This area is not wide enough to support our roadways. Those are going to need buildings. Maybe we split the path right and left. Anyway. Figure it out later. This is where, yeah, I need to make some curves so that some of these can go a little bit faster. Need to make curves and, all right, edit to-do list. Blueprints, train stations, roadways. Road curves. We kind of have some of these roadways done already. Power exchangers, sorters, station buffers. I think we even have some of the train station and buffer stuff already done, so I'm going to mark those as done. Truck stop inputs. We have those in. Which means that we're going to have to do truck paths. What are you doing? Are we out of note space? Is that the problem? Fine. Truck paths. And at some point, I have to also figure out where the train station is going to go on here. Actually, I think it'll probably be around this level. Oh, maybe I can do that. All right. So, it's right now this is just going to end up being very vertical and octagonal, so it's not going to have much point that way, but rather than running the train station down into that level, we can kind of keep it at this level, so it'll kind of ride above most of the layer of the landscape around here, and only climb out of the crater when it comes in and out at the one area, I guess. But similar to the truck station down below, we can actually run it, possibly the in station on one side and the out station on the other, and run it elevated. Maybe we can do it on 2 levels, one on top of each other. We'll put it on this level because this one, if I do use, man, are we at intermission time already? If I do use the, yeah, I'll explain it when we come back from break. All right, we're back. Should be the last run. What'd I miss? Slice? Is that Mister or Meister? Looks like Slice Meister would be the... Or Mr. Slice? Okay. Meister just seemed like it would be an interesting callback, but, you know. Shikia Booty. Hey, did something happen that did I miss something? There's Shikia Booty sound familiar. Right. Gotcha. Apparently, Slice Master and Shikia Booty know each other. Good to know. Welcome. Glad to see you both here. I'm just continuing to work on my blue crater thing and was debating. Like I said, I want to figure out where to put the train station. I don't have a logistical floor. You follow, Booty? All right, gotcha. Because, yeah, there was possibly iron and copper refining that would go up on this level. Oh, you do the math. Okay, got it. Yeah, fit in here perfectly then. So yeah, I guess the question is, do I run an annex off the side here for the trains? Somewhere off the side here, or do I run them through the refinery floor? Yeah, see, makes sense of it for me. You have wild builds? Right on. You're like, okay, so are we talking wild builds like Kibitz? Or wild builds like Josh? Because these are two completely different wild builds, just so we're saying. And who's the other one? Anyway. Kibbs? Alright. Who's the other one? X something? Anyway. Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of figure out my logistics here. I need to get a initial road works set up so I can run my trucks. So I got all my sulfur up over there. Factory with 5,000 fuel generators. Okay. Hats off to you then, sir, because I have 10 up here, and this entire thing, once it's done, is going to have 40. So it's barely 10 gigawatts of power. So, yeah. Now, what fuel are the generators running on? Just out of curiosity. This one is, right now, this one... Rocket fuel? All right. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, actually. No, I was just curious. We're not there yet. That's my fuel refinery, and then I have another segment here that's doing the residual fuel from the plastic and the rubber. Actually, it's plastic and rubber for all the heavy oil or heavy fuel residue. And then the other residue is getting chewed up for residual plastic and smokeless. So we have the black powder assemblers there, and we have compacted coal over here for the turbo fuel refinery over there. So the fuel from the refinery and the both there and the residual gets sent over for turbo fuel optimally. In order to get there, because I'm still building this out, yeah, you're running an order of magnitude bigger than I am actually. I've been running the spreadsheet so that I will have the numbers all the way to the end game. Like I know the ratios that I need for nuclear reactors to make sure I'm processing all the waste and stuff like that. And the trick is that while I'll need nuclear for a certain part of that, there are a few factories I need to build before that are going to need to still run on Jennies. So the rocket fuel and ionized fuel factories I was just starting to piece together, because I got to figure out what that next power step is, because this whole thing, when it's done, the turbo fuel there, like right now the fuel that I have there is running. I only have 10 generators up there, so it's 1/4 what it'll be able to do eventually. Don't use ion for fuel for power. Guessing it's not worth the extra effort. I haven't taken a look at where the resources actually chew out on that, so I imagine there's an element of scale there somewhere. But yeah, so the rocket or the regular fuel comes down here and gets sent to the turbo fuel, which comes in there, and that will go up to the generators. Use more power to make it. Fair enough. Yeah, so I did a bunch of valving manifolds, and the reason for that is that eventually I get to this one here, which is the fuel for that first pack of generators. So right now, it's running regular fuel up the pipe. Once I get the rest of this online and the turbo fuel over here is running, then I can switch it over to push turbo fuel up for that first set of generators instead of regular fuel. So that's the idea there. But we're still trying to get this all pieced together. So I have enough stuff going that I can probably start ripping these things out. Except I don't want to sacrifice all my plastic and smokeless and everything else in case I need this still. This is the very rudimentary early game setup for it. So it's going to run, but I got my other two oil refiners there, and this one, and the one that's currently running all this, all need to get hooked up to the pipeline belt over here to get added into the system. But at least I have the power to start turning this on, but what I don't have is the other materials. Actually, I could probably start making Yeah. Well, I had the basics of those, so. Because I never, as some people have told me earlier this stream, I never play anything without my spreadsheets. So, and these are ones that I've put together where, I'm using Satisfactory tools to sort of plan out the build mostly. But then a lot of the information is going into the spreadsheet so that each planned factory has their stuff. So
Sienna said, "These spreadsheets are so cool though. I wish I had the talent to do that."
yeah, so the my overall system here, or the summary here, tells me how much I'm going to end up making and how much I'm going to use up in other factories and what the excess is. And that relates to, in some cases, how much of this item am I going to need in order to make the buildings for all the factories, and how long is that going to require to build? Some of these are pretty scary numbers. Because are these in hours? I can't remember. No, I think it's just minutes. Yeah, 71 a minute. I'll need 4,200 aluminum casing, so it would take at least an hour if I just let it accumulate. The tricky ones are things like the cooling systems. Yeah, well, my rocket fuel numbers, I was just starting to put them together. So when I look at my factory here, I was like, where was it? Oh, it's way down at the bottom here. Yeah, I was just looking at the numbers for like the ionizer factory. So if I was going to do ionized fuel, what's that going to take? And I'm gauging it out for 10 gigawatts of power. Similarly, there's the rocket man. For the rocket fuel, again, for 10 gigawatts, how much am I going to need? So that was coming out to 167. Now, let's see. You said 600 turbo fuel for 20k power. 336 rocket fuel. Oh, 600 turbo fuel, 336 rocket fuel for 20k power. So, yeah, I'm off by a factor or two. So, it looks like my numbers line up pretty good to yours. It's 167. It's actually like 166.67, repeating whatever. Which is 330 or half of 333. So, yeah, ties in. Now, the reason I'm doing that is as I scale this up, it's also keeping track of how much I'm going to pull from the world. And so I'm trying to keep a track on how much of all the resources in the world am I using. So right now I'm down to the last 6% of SAM and the last 10% of coal unaccounted for. And that's part of kind of what concerns me with going to a rocket fuel or an ionized fuel factory, is that I know that I'm going to need more coal, and I'm not sure I have enough. Although, like I said, I'll run the numbers. I'm not sure how many of those I need, because I'm going to have to make another sheet where I kind of take a look at the power requirements of each of my buildings, or each of my factories, and figure out zero coal for your rocket fuel. Interesting. Is that from an alternative recipe there somewhere? Let's get megawatts in here. There we go. All right. Damn it. Now I've lost my factory name. There, megawatts, blanks, and is there F for factory? Grand total we want to keep. Right. All right, where's megawatts? All right. So the blue crater is fine. Turbo blenders. Yeah, okay. I obviously have not gotten to that alternate yet, so I might have to rethink some of these. Because, yeah, right now, if I'm only running 10 gigawatts, I need... General parts needs 12 gigawatts, although I can make some of these factories I might build them out entirely, but then only turn parts of them on. And that'll help save on some of the power. Have phases or branches of it. So the motors factory is fine. The munitions factory is fine. Munitions annex factory will be fine. Plastic rubber factory needs 24 gigawatts. Steel foundry is 12. So yeah, some of these... $30 oil. $20 resin. Oh, okay. Now is that direct? Is that direct from the oil, or is that from the intermediary products as well? So now I have my initial look at the rubber and plastic factory was pretty abysmal, and basically was going to use up like all the oil I had in the world. I revised the set of recipes for that, and it came down to something a little more sane, about 4,000 oil, but it's not producing a lot of residue outside. It makes a little bit of, I think, resin and something else. Anyway, Suppose I can adjust as I go, but this is one of the things I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I mean, where's my rubber plastic factory? Actually, I might not have switched over to this account yet. Or did I just lose that tab entirely? Huh. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm wondering if I didn't move it over, because when I did move it over earlier, I know it was irrelevant. But like for this factory, I took the rubber and plastic I was making, and the point was to use up all the crude oil. And then I took all the heavy residue. This probably isn't. Yeah, this isn't the right. Let's get the whole blue crater system set up. Yeah, the whole idea was to take the residue, and some of it is being used for residual plastic to up the plastic numbers, and then the rest of it is going into residual fuel, and to be added to the fuel to then get made into turbo fuel. So but I think, where was the numbers I was coming up with here? The rubber plastic factory that I was planning out. Where is it? I think the numbers did go in here yesterday. Yeah, I seem to be needing about only 1,000 rubber, but 11,000 plastic for the various follow-on systems that are in there. Now, maybe some of that's a little out to lunch, because of course I don't have yeah, this thing is I don't have I might not have all the recipes that I should have for this.
Oh, hey Slice_Mister. Thanks for hitting that follow button.
Oh, follow for Slice Mister. Thank you very much. Welcome to the target package. Yeah, what am I pulling in on this? 650 water and... No, that's the coolers. 13,000 water and 4,000 crude. But, like I said, I might not have the right recipes to do that the way you're thinking. Although, either way, it's not going to affect how this particular factory is going to get pieced together, because... Alright, I'll definitely have to take a look at that. What am I gonna do here, though? So I need to build some road blueprints before I can sort of finish the roadway. Without the roadway, I can't really run the pathing for the trucks. The pathing for the trucks, even once they do get in here, that'll be fine, but I guess I'll have to set up my I have to set up my power systems. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 5. Let's see. Painted beam. There we go. Oh, thank goodness for the nudging. Um. All right, let's what are we going to put this in? Power transmission. Let's do another subcategory for factory distribution. Put that there. Binary power. Pillar. Okay, ultra basic. Interesting. Okay. That's one of the few, maybe it's not one of the few places where they're on the inside. Kind of have the same idea over here. Kind of like that. that takes care of the power hookups. Priority power switch. What is this again? This is the Blue Crater Smokeless. All right, and we're actually not as worried about this one. Blue Crater Black Powder, yeah, it's kind of in with that one. Kind of needed to maintain, let's take some of the heavy residue, but all right, let's see how that looks. 180 on one side and the rest of the power grid on the other. Looks good. Should be the same over here. Actually, let's put the... Nope. Power cutoff goes over here. Looks good. All right, one more. Actually, two more. So I got to do this refinery line. It's actually separate from the plastic on the other side. Do that one yet? Probably haven't done that one yet either. Is that the right side? That's not the right side. Okay, so this is not a great thoroughfare. Residual plastic. All right. residual plastic. That gets rid of some of the residue. We'll up that a little bit. Mostly so that it can avoid, help avoid things clogging up. That's from the mains. Oh, we haven't connected anything up here yet. Maybe that's why this isn't working. Well, sometimes I really wonder why does anybody watch streams like this? Hopefully not setting off anybody's like rage meters. No, that's entirely possible sometimes. I was really surprised when, I think it was Kibitz went and inflicted himself with a stream of, from Josh. It's like, I mean, to some extent I can understand because, they're both actually quite entertaining. But, there's a difference between the edited product and watching the tedium. connecting things up, and then, I mean, it's not even a big factory yet. It's still doing little things. Alright, I think we're done there. I'll put both of the switches over on this side. There's almost more room here. Oh my god, are we at a commercial break again already? Alright, intermission, although I think we'll be wrapping up pretty quick after this. All right, that's a little obnoxious. I forgot. This one's already taken care of. This one's over here. Is this residual fuel? Residual plastic, residual fuel. Put that one over there. Crater rubber. Certain priority. If we don't have rubber, we don't have fuel. Yes, we put that and the plastic into Pry 4. Now, did I... I don't think I teed up the plastic yet. That one I did. Okay, higher priority than the residuals. These are fuel generators. Fuel refinery. And it's all kind of weird anyway, because it's all needed for the whole system to work. Anyway, this still needs our tie-in. All right. Cool. Where we have things and stuff. Now, I think we ended up needing some pipes to get stuff up the system, so we'll have to do something similar there and make sure the pipes are hooked into the same circuit. Now, is there a third? Yes, there was. Guess we'll connect that maybe to the plastic one. Plastic pump, one rubber pump. Actually, probably should be the other way around, shouldn't it? Reason for that is there's only 8 refineries running plastic. There's 10 for the rubber. All right, so the piping, pumps, electrics are all hooked up there. The residuals are all hooked up, so there's some belt work that I need to do. Especially for the plastic and rubber. Some holding areas. All right, so the last one that we have is turbo fuel. Okay, this will be the last thing tonight. Honest. Do you believe me? Yeah, I don't believe me either. think that's it. Let's see, blue crater turbo fuel. Residual fuel. All right, we're going to put this in priority group 3 because we kind of don't want to lose this. Now, there is going to be some related things to this. So, nope. That's not what we want. That's mainline stuff. That's going to be needed for pumps and stuff. Turbo fuel pumps. Okay. Oh man, it is late. We have gone way too long. All right, so the pumps leading out from the turbo fuel. We have most of the stuff ready to go. And at least start turning stuff on, I guess. But we need to rip apart the far side, lead the pipes to the factory, and we need roadways. Because until we can start getting the trucks with the sulfur and the coal in here, it's kind of all for naught. And we need the outputs. Which, for now, we can feed into awesome sinks past, similar to the other system, but... for overflow protection. Oh my god, still got 10 coupons. Already. Oh, that's interesting. 2 of my refineries over there are apparently not getting stuff. What are you... Okay, it's not... Are you getting backed up on fuel? Is that the problem? So I guess that might be the problem, because... we only have so many generators. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind the fact that we have not enough generators. That will be fixed eventually. Oh. You don't have anything connected to you. Let's fix you. That's the problem there. Hooray, okay. Gas filters, compacted coal. There's a little bit of coal that we need to peel off somewhere. Or maybe it'll be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna have to try and make some curvy roads and some railway blueprints and a few other things to make this whole system run a little better when I'm actually building stuff online. But the factory is more or less ready to be switched on. The problem is going to be the logistical chains elsewhere. So I'm going to have to build the sulfur side over there is fine. I just need to get a better roadway up to it. And we need to do a roadway to the coal, but I also have to make use of most of those nodes and actually build a truck stop for it. And we might do also a truck stop for the limestone there. And there's some iron over that away as well. Might integrate into the same complex. Probably three truck stops over there, and then one small one. Truck stops are all the same size, although maybe we can set it up to run a tractor instead of a full-blown truck. It's not going to have to run very much for the limestone at all. And then the oil wells. Oil wells over here are all set up already. They just got to be piped in. So once we have that rebuilt and the coal the roadworks built, and we have the trucks bringing stuff into the blue crater here, then we can start turning pieces of this on and connect the rest of the pipe works from over yonder. And then we can probably do a little bit of cleanup. Maybe with the wrecks. Or if nothing else, sort of the next step on this is whether or not we I might leave this floor alone for now, because the foundry materials that we're getting out of this, I think it'll be better to sort of figure out the train station logistics from this place first. So I think that'll be the next step. So gas filters are pretty much done. Compact coal's done. We still got to do the fabric. Turbo fuel truck stops in are fine. We have to do the train paths, train station. All that can wait until later though, because first thing we need to do is roadways. Coal. Coal miners. Truck stop. What else? Sinks and overflow. Roadways, we get our truck pass. We rebuild the coal miners. Probably do that before we build in the rest of the roadways. We gotta get the sinks and overflow sorted out. And then the train station. And then once all that is set up, then we can worry about the gas filters and the fabric, because they're kind of optional. They're pretty lightweight. They're like a constructor and assembler each, or something like that. Okay. That is gonna be it for us. And stream. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. If roll credits, if you're over on Twitch, hang out and we will raid over somebody else once the music stops. And otherwise, we will catch you again later. I'll probably be back on tomorrow for some Star Citizen.
Sienna said, "Good night."
Depending on who all
Thank
wants
you for the
to
stream.
come in and join, we might do some mole mining or something like that. I hope. We shall see. Talk to you later.
Lance said, sleep well, purple. Thank you for the stream.